Welcome to the channel. Now today, not only are we putting some incredible barbecue gadgets to the test, but we're also filming this in the very place where we'll be hosting our Wild Weekender.
Yep, this is one of 3 kitchens that we will bring you oodles and oodles of food and fun during that weekend. But today, it's about gadgets.
Baz, lift the cloche number 1.
Oh, it's a beer bucket, but you know.
We forgot the cloche, didn't we?
We forgot the cloche.
No, we brought beer buckets.
We forgot the cloche.
Ah, okay. I've seen you use one of these before.
Yes.
But I'm going to be honest, I don't know what you're doing with it.
Is that just applicable to this or many other things in your life?
So, too many things in my life. I've seen you put coal in this and heat it up to then put into your barbecue.
So yeah, this is a chimney starter. Essentially, you pack it full of your charcoal, you light it from the bottom with one of your fire lighters, and it will heat up your charcoal quicker than if you put it in your barbecue, which is one thing. And secondly, if you need to refill the charcoal in your barbecue, it's a great way to get it started.
So what you're saying is this is for the impatient or the prepared.
How does it make lighting the barbecue any easier? If anything, isn't it more complicated having more things?
No, because you're putting the charcoal in there, and then because it's in such a confined space, it gets hotter quicker.
With air holes.
Oh, like a chimney?
Without the air holes.
One at the top, one at the bottom. Yeah. It directs the current of air from the bottom up through the charcoal, makes it hotter quicker.
It's one of those things I've seen barbecue enthusiasts use, but I can't imagine myself using it. Seems a bit excessive.
Well, why don't we put it to the test?
Sure.
So put any fire lighting stuff in,
Yeah.
pop your charcoal in. I know how this works, mate. You're putting it to the test.
But the thing is, when I've seen you do this, it feels like you're flexing.
And in any normal situation, you get your matches or your lighter, and you would light your fire starters from underneath.
But Kush has a barb.
But Kush has a blowtorch.
Yeah, cool, okay, right.
Through the coil. Mind
That
Jay's
one's on.
hand.
That one's on.
Lovely. Probably worth saying, completely unnecessary. You can absolutely just start your briquettes as you would in a barbecue. It will just take longer. The question is, does the gadget make it quicker, easier, and more convenient?
That's been 15 minutes. The coals are white and glowing, and it's freaking hot.
Well, let's get them on the barbecue.
The beauty of this is you can preheat your coals anywhere you want and then move it to the barbecue. You've got this thermoplastic handle and it's nicely contained, so then you can actually arrange your coals into your barbecue so you have a hot end, cool end, or you can put them basically wherever you want.
Okay.
Now, I've lit many a charcoal barbecue in my time. I've never used one either. And I usually allow 40-45 minutes for those coals to get going. That was 15. While it's out there cooling down, what do you think?
That's the first time I've used it, and it is impressive how quick it is. But for me, the real draw for me of it is the idea of refilling. Because first time round, I'm kind of happy to wait a little bit of time. But actually, when you realise that the first coals are cooling down, you want some more on there and it's running low, a second lot is where I think that thing's brilliant. It's still for someone who loves to barbecue a lot and gets through a lot of coal.
I agree. I think the heating of the barbecue is part of the occasion, and you're normally doing it with friends or family and it's very social. If it's a big gathering and you need more coals to add to it, I think that's where it probably makes most sense. Or if you're doing a really long slow cook and 12 hours in, you need a top up. Price-wise, $27.99.
Oh, okay.
And needless to say, it's not a one-use wonder.
That's actually quite affordable. In my head, I was expecting to be like near £100 because it's because I know it's just a bit of metal, but it's for an enthusiast. An enthusiast will pay anything for something that makes more things easier.
I've been in America and seen them in supermarkets for $10.
Okay,
we've bought a Weber one because it's a proper one, and they aren't as popular in the UK as they are the US. But in the US, they are everywhere. They're super cheap.
Well, shows I know nothing.
Well, thanks for watching. I think we've all found out something that we didn't really need to find out because we already knew.
I knew nothing. That's definitely for sure.
Spaz, do you think this is smoking hot or going up in smoke?
I don't think this is about my opinion because they're so popular for people who love to barbecue. So they are smoking hot.
Right, we started simple. Wait for the next one. Number 2, I feel much happier about the fact it fits under the cloche.
Lift it, Jay.
Ooh, what is that? There's two pieces to it. So I would say that this looks and feels like a thermometer, and this is called billows, so I feel like it's going to help provide air.
You know when you light a campfire, I'm presuming barbecues are the same, and to get it going, down on all fours, right up close, and just... That, I think it's going to do the same job.
That's so unnecessary.
What?
Yeah, you're right, Jay. This is signals and billow. The two work together. Signals is the measurement of temperature. Billows helps the barbecue get to the right temperature and then hold it there.
Interesting. So it's a lot like what my barbecue does as the master built in terms of doing that bit, but it can turn any barbecue into that.
Yeah, and Signals has multiple temperature inputs as well, so you can be measuring multiple types of meat and the temperature of the overall barbecue.
4, in fact, heads the quadrant.
Excellent. Have we got something interesting to test it on?
Of course we have.
I reckon we can test that.
I think we can. I think we can.
That is SPAF approved.
Let's get outside. Yeah. For this one, we're getting even lower, so Jay, come down. Most barbecues, there's a air inlet or outlet where you can kind of blow some air into it to heat up the coals. These have a little prong on the end of it.
Pinch, slide it in, there you go.
Let go and I didn't burn myself. Maybe do this before you put charcoal in the barbecue and get it hot. Yeah. I'm going to stand up now.
Okay, you do
Cool,
that. I can stay down here.
My billows are plugged in. I'm plugging in my air sensor.
If you lift the lid, we've already installed the thermometer in the barbecue to measure the air. It's ready.
Should we get our meat in?
Yeah. So temperature-wise, what are we displaying?
80 degrees Celsius.
Yep, and?
20 degrees Celsius. So we've set an alarm so that the signals will go off when the internal temperature of the steak reaches 50 degrees Celsius. At that point, we know it's cooked through and we can just whack the heat right up and sear it to finish it off.
And the beauty is the billows will bring it up to the internal air temperature you want, and then we'll adjust the fan to keep it there.
Which means we can go, put our feet up, relax, and be notified when it's ready.
Yeah, and made better by the fact there's an app. There's a smart app which can connect via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, so you don't even have to be with it. But it smells good.
So how was that as an experience?
I've only used my barbecue in a way that can control temperature and move it up and move it down as you want it. Knowing that I could do that on a range of different barbecues is actually really interesting because it means you're not going down one avenue. The only way to test it really is to see if this ribeye is in.
I don't think that bit matters, mate. Let's just leave that.
Right. It smells all right.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Interestingly, we've reviewed a number of kitchen appliances recently that do exactly that indoors.
Yes.
The fact that this can kind of plug into the bottom of your outdoor grill is kind of cool.
Did the bellow up make the heating up easier and quicker?
It was blowing hard. It was in a good way. In a good way.
There's not a bad way, is there?
It was blowing properly hard. For such a little thing, I was quite surprised. The actual fan inside it is really small, but it made a massive difference.
Price-wise, for the two, comes in at £289.20. So it's not cheap.
I'm not surprised because it's a big piece of technology that's now been made very small. My whole barbecue that I have is set up to do exactly that, and therefore it's an expensive barbecue. So knowing that you're going to have to buy your barbecue and buy this, it does become a very expensive thing. But what it does do is give you the control and the ability and the flexibility to cook big chunks of meat with confidence.
For me, it kind of works for people who already have a good barbecue that they've had for years and they don't want to get rid of. This is an upgrade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jay, smoking hot, or is this one blowing smoke up your
Barbecue.
barbecue?
I think it's smoking hot because it's giving you control and it's giving you the flexibility and the confidence. And there will only be a certain type of person that can A, afford it, and B, wants it. But if they get it, it will do exactly what it says on the barbecue.
For me, I think the biggest takeout is the upgrade to a barbecue you might already have. Or if you can't afford the top end, you can downgrade on barbecue and add this as an extra. And the fact that it's tried and tested and used in competitions around the world, like barbecue competitions, it's not just us getting great results.
It's time to whap your flip-flops out, because this summer, Sorted Live brings you the Wild Weekender, a festival-style weekend of live-streamed sorted mayhem. Tickets available now. See the link below for all the information.
Come on then, Evers. Lift the cloche.
I can see a sneaky handle. Oh. Bird feeders, so you can watch the birds while you barbecue.
Oh, bird feeders.
Could be though, he's right.
Don't play his game.
Sorry.
And a wok from the Vatican.
There's a hole in your wok, Evers.
What's this?
That is a roller. So you can put things like vegetables and stuff like that in it, and then you can roll it so you can flip them very easily.
Gotcha.
Move it from the direct heat to the indirect heat.
This makes perfect sense. Barbecue some fish, serve it with some stir-fried veg. Like it. This feels quite flimsy, but I guess it just replaces the skewer. Like mushrooms or something in there that you can turn and do, and off you go, like button mushrooms.
Smaller veg that you can't put on a grill because it's going to fall through the holes. That you want to be able to turn quickly and easily.
It's a vegetable tombola.
It's
It's a
exactly
vegetable
what it is.
tombola without the hassle of skewering, because you just bundle it all in, do that, and away we go.
Yeah.
Can we try it?
Let's give it a go.
In one of our rolling cages, we've gone for cherry tomatoes and chorizo cut to about the same size. You've got the natural fats from the chorizo. In the other one, we've got padron peppers, nothing more than olive oil, salt and pepper. I don't want to cook the tomatoes all the way through, just blister them, which is why turning them regularly is important and why a rolling cage helps. So in the wok, we've gone with a selection of easy stir-fry veg, mushrooms, corn, some tennis stem broccoli, some pak choy. We'll finish with bean sprouts at the end. Nothing more than oil over searing coals, and we'll finish it with soy. Bean sprouts last minute, because you barely want to cook those. Everything a wok's doing, but because of the holes, you get the smoke and the liquor flame too. Unfortunately, the holes does somewhat ruin the seasoning, but we'll get the idea.
How'd you get on?
I like them.
Oh!
I like them all because it enables you to do things you wouldn't think of on a barbecue. These, just as you'd get in a restaurant, that wonderful char and colour you'd expect of a padron pepper. This is delicious because you've got all those natural fats of the chorizo. Plus, those wonderful, bouncy now, hot and bubbling all the way through tomatoes.
It was quite nice watching you do it, seeing the flavours combine.
Yeah.
Whereas on a barbecue, everything sticks to its own quarter.
It's all a bit separate, isn't it?
And the wok, I wasn't sure how it was going to work, but what you get is the same effect of intense heat and a little lick of flame that you would get if you had a wok burner.
Do you want to
I told you he likes his vegetables licked. Intrigued.
Difficult to make a sauce around your vegetables with holes in it.
Yeah.
But actually, all you want is a little bit of seasoning.
That tastes like it was made on a barbecue. If you done it in a normal wok, it would taste like it could cook anywhere.
Try one of those tomatoes.
Oh, hell. It's hot.
Very hot. I'm going to be honest, the wok I had high hopes for. The bird feeders felt flimsy and I wasn't convinced by. But the results you can get if you put the right things in, nice.
So when it comes to price, you're looking at £36.99 for 3 of the rollers.
Oh, okay, so 12 quid each.
And £15.99 for the wok.
That feels like a no-brainer.
Okay.
I wish I could buy those individually. I'd buy one for 12 quid. 36 is quite an investment, and I'm not sure I'd have that many things I want to roll on my barbecue.
You probably can buy them individually. I assume you can.
Or repurpose a bird feeder.
Go to your garden centre and you can probably get one for $3.99.
There might be a bird in there already.
No, you feed... No.
Emma's question is, Smoking hot, or is it going up in smoke?
Both the wok and the bird feeders, smoking hot.
I'm glad there's a chef in the seat now because it's about to get very technical.
We couldn't do this by ourselves. Ebbers, lift the cloche.
What the hell? It looks like the kind of ornaments you get in garden centres that you like grow plants. If it wasn't a barbecue episode, I'd say this is for like grow pot holder for herbs or something, because it's a motorbike with a pot.
It can be whatever you want it to be.
It is. Ebbers, can I just read you some of the words from the website, and it might help lead us down the path to find out what it actually is. This badass patriot chick doesn't want anyone to tell her what to do. She ran away from home at a very young age and has something to prove. Imagine how impressed your friends will be when you show up with this Freedom Rider motorcycle.
You really sound like what was it? The frog.
Yeah.
Does that sexist description give anything away?
No one would write that in 2023 unless it referred to a chicken rather than chick.
We're getting closer.
That's right.
Ebbers, continue down that train of thought. If we gave you this, does that help?
Okay, I know where we are. This is ridiculous, but this is cool. So DJ Barbecue first showed me beer can chicken, and Christian's a bit of a legend, and I honestly thought, what a novelty, what an unnecessary thing, but essentially chicken steamed from the inside with whatever you want, in this case beer. The fact that chicken is now going to be sat on a motorbike.
That is an uncomfortable seat, isn't it?
Should we try it?
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. We've got you a lovely, organic, free-range chicken. There is mayonnaise.
That is a wonderful shot. We've got mayonnaise to help stick the rub to it, but I've never seen anybody.
But also, most of the mayonnaise came from inside that chicken in the first place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Oh,
It does feel like you're just lotioning up.
Not when you're handing it.
And we're giving you a rub with chili, garlic, paprika, cumin, and some seasoning.
So fake tan.
Well, yeah, basically, yeah.
The can is open and half drunk, and slice inside the bird.
Yep.
Which acts as the seat.
Yep.
This is ridiculous. The wings clip in here
Yep.
so that it doesn't fall off.
Exactly. And Ebbers, you've missed one vital piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is wrong on so many levels.
Don't drink and drive, kids. I mean, it worked, and it looks ridiculous.
Then it's worked perfectly.
I think our job here is done.
This is a gift for that barbecue enthusiast. This is Father's Day, a birthday present, some kind of silly gift. No one is buying this for themselves.
I disagree.
Out.
I disagree.
It's
I'm sure there are
ridiculous.
many people in the comments who have bought this for themselves.
What I like about it the most is it's harmless fun. Bringing a chicken to the table is predictable.
Yeah.
This really mixes things up a bit, doesn't it? It's a surprise for everybody. It's great.
It takes you for a ride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a centerpiece, and there is no doubting the beer can approach with the helping of the steaming from the inside is a fun one, it's a good one, the rub helps. The gadget, I'm here for it. It's ridiculous. I love it.
Yes. Well then, Ebbers, what if I told you that this costs £9.99?
Then it's definitely in the gift market. Yeah.
Hop on, Evans.
Hop on!
Can I have a backie?
Well, Ebbers, are you going to ride off into the sunset, or is it just blowing smoke up your
This is steaming beer up the chickens. I'm on board with this. I'm going to ride off into the sunset with it.
That was very clever.
Well done. Well done.
You. That was good.
Well, they're just our thoughts on the gadgets, but let us know what you think in the comments downstairs.
And don't forget, this is the exact place where we're going to be hosting our Sorted Live Wild Weekender. Get all of the tickets, all of the information down in the description box below. It's going to be amazing. Where are you going? It's going to be wild, and it's going to be wet. Don't miss out.
Dick Stockton with Chris Webber. Let's talk about streaks. 29 straight games the Spurs have beaten the Warriors here in San Antonio. So what is the mindset for the Warriors coming into the second round?
Let youth be served. None of these guys remember what they were doing back when the Warriors last won the game here, but you have a coach that has had 17 years of experience in this league, Rookie of the Year, great player. They're going to have to follow their coach's lead because they have no experience whatsoever in this realm of the game.
All right, C. Webb, and now for an injury update, let's go to the third member of our team, David Aldridge.
Well, Dick, first of all, Tim Duncan will play. He had the stomach bug on Saturday, was sent home, but Greg Popovich said they got 3 good practices in last week. They kept him away from the rest of the team. He's ready to go. Thiago Splitter not ready to go. That sprained ankle that he suffered in Game 3 against the Lakers, not quite healed yet. He was a little stiffer this morning than the Spurs had hoped, and so he will not play tonight. Boris Diaw will start, but amazingly, David Lee, who came back about a week after tearing a muscle in his hip and played in Game 6 against the Nuggets on Thursday night. He's here tonight. Just talked to him. He said he will do what he can. He has been an inspiration for this team just suiting up, Dick.
How does that set up Golden State as they take that step to round 2?
Well, only 37 games of experience for this Golden State Warrior team. You look at San Antonio, 394 games, so they're going to have to lean on Mark Jackson, 17-year veteran, second-year coach, to figure out how to do it. How has Mark Jackson decided to do it? A mixture of threes and defense. And this young team of Golden State, they're drinking the Kool-Aid. They believe in their coach.
All right, and David Aldridge is with us as well, and he has an injury update. David.
Well, Dick, injuries are a key in this series. Tim Duncan will play tonight. He had the stomach bug. He got sent home on Saturday, but they got 3 practices in last week, so Greg Popovich thinks he's going to be fine. Thiago Splitter not fine. Sprained ankle he suffered in Game 3 of the first-round series against the Lakers. Not quite 100% yet. He was a little stiffer than the team had hoped, so he's not playing tonight. Boris Diaw will start in his place, and amazingly, David Lee, who inspirationally gave the Warriors some minutes in Game 6 against the Nuggets in the first round, is going to try to play tonight again with a torn muscle in his hip. He says he's going to do what he can, Dick.
Oh, you never do know, do you? Mike Callahan, Tony Brothers, and Zach Zarba are the officials. The Warriors dispatched Denver in 6, and the Spurs swept the Lakers 4-0. And it was not a fair fight with Kobe Bryant not playing. And a change in the lineup. Festus Ezeli, 6'11" rookie, is starting his first playoff game. And the ball is put through by Bogut, who's going to be a very important factor for the Warriors down low with Duncan.
Everyone knows San Antonio is a very good, great defensive team, but the penetrators of Golden State, Thompson and Curry, you're going to have trouble with, as you saw in the last play. Open dunk right there for Bogut.
And a three-point field goal by Danny Green, who had twice as many threes as any other Spur in the regular year. First basket on the pick and roll. The ball gets loose and picked up by Boris Diaw. Here is Parker, guarded by Curry. Double team. Diaw, top of the key. And the rebound by Klay Thompson.
If you're a casual basketball fan, you may have heard that Golden State likes to get up and down, but trust me, San Antonio does the same.
Bogut with a runner, and it is 4-3. And while everyone is excited about the spectacular offensive show by the Warriors, as Green gets in, no basket, and the foul inside. And it's on Stephen Curry. Let us not underrate the defensive prowess of this Golden State team.
No, it's all on Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson has decided that this team is going to be a defensive team. If you would have watched Golden State earlier, if they wouldn't score, if they weren't scoring, you would say, hey, they're out of this game. Well, now they can let the defense hold them in those laws of scoring droughts and get back in.
Bogut playing on top, and Diaw defending it. Here's Klay Thompson with the basket. And Mark Jackson says we may have the best shooting guards in the history of the NBA. No one arguing with him.
Well, I sat down with Mark Jackson about a month ago, and I tried to sit down and figure who else those could be. He came up with Gail Goodrich and Jerry West. If you have to go that far and invoke the name of the great Jerry West, as you see the miss right there by Parker, then these guys are good.
Golden State 3 for 3 from the field. And the field goal by Barnes. Thank you very much. And an offensive foul, or traveling, has been called against Stephen Curry just the start of things here in Game 1 of the second round West matchup between the Warriors, who shocked Denver. Mark Jackson, with the team believing in themselves, beat Denver in 6. And the San Antonio Spurs, who's in the playoffs for a record 16 straight years, sweeping the Lakers in the first round. Duncan misses the open jumper, and the rebound taken down by Bogut. Bogut has scored 4 of the 8 points for the Warriors, and a 3-point field goal by Danny Green, and the air ball will turn it over back to San Antonio. Nick Stockton, Chris Webber, and David Aldridge with us for Game 1. Greg Popovich, who respects Golden State's defensive abilities, underrated to say the least.
That's right. Once again, if you're a casual fan and you're used to the old Golden State Warriors trying to outscore you and let their offense be the defense, this is not your father's Golden State team. This team plays good defense.
And Duncan, in the right place at the right time, keeps it alive. And missing outside is Green. So the Warriors with a 5-point lead. 3.5 gone by, opening quarter. And Thompson is fouled. And he's fouled in 3-point territory, it appeared, and will go to the line to shoot 3. Klay Thompson in his second year from Washington State.
Something you're going to have to get used to. This Warrior team will come down, shoot in transition. They all have the green light. Really great jump shooters, whereas San Antonio is used to running you off the 3-point line, making you take those open jump shots. It's going to be a test of wills in this game.
Kawhi Leonard committing the foul on Thompson, who's one of the best 3-point shooters in the league this year, but only 5 for 24 in the last 4 games. Now trying to make it 3 in a row and give the Warriors an 8-point lead early on. Tony Parker, the veteran, who has 3 championship rings, and Danny Green, his backcourt partner. Duncan setting a screen inside, fighting through is Thompson. Green behind the line with 4 seconds on the shot, and it's tipped away, and a terrific defensive play made by Curry. Now Green picking him up. Here's Curry for 3 on the long rebound. Warriors get back defensively nicely. Diaw going back into Leonard on a repost. This is the layup. So far the Spurs are missing some open shots early on.
There may be some open shots and also some contested shots. Even though you saw the flop right there on the post up with Barnes, still had help coming over. And more importantly, Golden State is finishing the defensive possession with the rebound.
And shooting over Tony Parker was Thompson. Spurs made their first shot of the game, and they are 0 for 8 since. And the Warriors, who need to rebound with the Spurs, have done that. Here's Parker. Finds an open space, and Tony Parker breaks an 0 for 8 route.
Look for Tony Parker all night, not only to penetrate and find his right-hand jump hook, but he can knock down that 15, 17-footer at any time.
And here is Bogut with a runner, and knocked out of bounds. The last touch by the Warriors. Here's Tim Duncan's early start here.
We all know Tim Duncan is battling the flu and is sick right here, but as you see him get to his same spot, still a nice shot. He would take that any time, and over there he missed the open jump shot, a shot that Golden State is going to give him all night, even though he can knock it down.
And here is Duncan, and he hits his first baskets, playing in his 195th playoff game in his brilliant career. Combining all of the Warriors, they played in 10 more playoff games, looking at their entire roster.
Can you say experience?
And here is Curry hitting. So Stephen Curry with his first field goal and a timeout. Golden State off to the hot start, leading 13-7. 6:29 to go in the first.
Welcome back to San Antonio, where the Warriors lead in game 1, 13-7. Phil Jackson used to say that any coach, no matter how effective he is, has a certain shelf life with his players, and that after a while, the players start to tune out the coach's message. And yet here is Greg Popovich in his 17th season, going stronger than ever, showing no signs of stopping or losing his team. Manu Ginobili said this morning that the reason is simple. The players still believe in Popovich's game plans, his honesty, and his ability. Popovich's ways continue to bring results, Ginobili said, and what we all want to do is just be the last team standing. Dick?
Thank you, David. Of course, Greg Popovich does a masterful job during the year in managing his team, making sure with the veteran club that he has to rest them, not playing too many minutes, and this is what it's all about for them. Danny Green.
Want to know the secret to Popovich's longevity? Watch this shot. That's the guy right there.
Almost on cue.
Yeah, as long as Tim Duncan is here, whether he makes it or whether he misses it, that is the one cornerstone of this whole situation.
And the Spurs now trailing 15-7 as Barnes with his second field goal. Draymond Green has come into the game. Festus Ezeli, a 6'11 rookie, had started for Mark Jackson. And here is Tony Parker.
Golden State has come out today, and they look like the younger team. They look like the more energetic team. Of course, this is Curry right here. As we see the beautiful defense right there with Green with the steal on Curry. But Golden State is coming in here, and their defense very early is really good. And as you look right here, Barnes on the cut. You cannot sit and watch a guy go one-on-one because all these guys can. You have to make sure you keep an eye on the cover.
Manu Ginobili and Mark Jackson, with great respect, said he's made a living on making an impact in the game, especially in the playoffs. Going to be 36 in a couple of months. And losing the ball is Duncan. And here is Thompson. And he decides to go out with it. Bogut. And Barnes in and out for the three. The rebound by Duncan. Matt Bonner also into the game for the Spurs, and he has been sizzling from three-point range in the first round. 6 of 8 to be exact. And here is Duncan hitting. Duncan with his second field goal of the game. And the Warriors lead by 6.
They're going to keep giving Tim Duncan that shot all night, and you might ask why when he can knock it down. That's because, well, maybe he'll miss that a few times up at that 15-foot spot. As you see Thompson right there, take the contact and go in. But I tell you what, Tim Duncan will not miss in the post area, so you'd rather give him that shot.
And Manu Ginobili is fouled by Klay Thompson.
You know you must stay on the floor with Ginobili, but right there you're going to see this 15-foot shot. Why? Because if you go over all the way and rotate, Tim Duncan is going to pass that ball to the corner where he has a wide open man. You'd rather have him take that shot, see how he's feeling early in the game, and then let your defense change from there.
They want to push him out. They want him to shoot from outside the painted area as Ginobili makes the first, and Gary Neal checks in for San Antonio. Watch enhanced coverage of tonight's game with TNT Overtime on NBA.com, featuring live player cams, multiple camera angles, and live stats. Get started now at NBA.com/TNT. Manu Ginobili, who missed 22 games with a hamstring injury, but played in all 4 Lakers games, averaged 20 minutes, and cutting the lead to 6. And we have a foul away from the ball. So far, the Warriors have kept this crowd out of the game.
Good call on Bonner. What they're going to try to do, and the reason there was a foul there, is Curry is going in between each man trying to come off screens, just as we saw in the Denver series. Well, San Antonio doesn't want to let him get that much space, and he's going to get bumped as he goes through the lane.
Curry with the runner, and Duncan gets it out to Ginobili. Ginobili to Neal for 3. That is the second 3 for the Spurs, and now it's a 3-point Golden State lead. Double team into the corner, and hitting the open shot is Draymond Green, rookie from Michigan State, and he had a double-double in the playoffs. First rookie since guess who in the playoffs? You, Chris Webber. Yes, back in '94. And here is Curry. And right now, Curry off to a 1-for-5 shooting night. And the Spurs down by 6.
Well, we like seeing Curry now on Parker, the two quick point guards, to see how they can handle each other. But right now, everybody's concentrated inside on Tonbridge.
Especially Bogut. And leading Bogut to the hoop is Duncan, who has 6 points. 20-16, but this is not a wire-to-wire act by Golden State so far. It's been a grueling game, playing Spurs style. And we'll have another foul against San Antonio. So far, the Warriors shooting 53%. Stephen Curry 1-for-5. The rest of the team is 7-for-10. And 7 on the shot clock. Spurs are shooting only 33%. And into the game for the first time is Carl Landry, and he hits his first shot.
But you have to love how Golden State is playing. That's 9 buckets off 8 assists. They are playing Golden State ball in the beginning of this game, defensively and offensively.
DeJuan Blair just feeding the ball to Ginobili. And here's Neal with a second three. So Gary Neal in his 3rd year from Towson only made 17 starts and 1 since New Year's. Has hit 2 threes. And it's a 3-point game. And a San Antonio foul on DeJuan Blair.
Now, we all know that Tim Duncan and Tony Parker can guard their own man, Ginobili. But what are the rest of the guys going to do when you have to check guys like Thompson, Landry, guys, Jared Jack, that can get their own shots? So this is going to have to be a whole team effort defensively to stop each man.
Duncan with 6 points and 3 rebounds on 3-for-7 shooting. Carl Landry started 6 games of the previous series with that David Lee injury. And misses the free throw, and in the offensive rebound, Draymond Green, and the rebound by Neal. 5-point lead for the Warriors. Spurs have led once by 1 point. Good feed inside to Blair, but he can't convert with under 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. And they're going to call the charge against Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson really doesn't need this. You need him in the game for the Golden State Warriors. He drives, Neal comes over. That's just when you want to stop on your dribble. Even jump in there and look baseline. When you drive baseline, it's usually a wide open guy on that 3-corner opposite side. Maybe next time Thompson wants to look that way.
Leaves with 2 fouls and scored 7 points to lead the Warriors. Jared Jack is into the game, and Harrison Barnes came back in as well. Double team. Getting out of trouble was DeJuan Blair. Here is Matt Bonner's 2-point field goal for Bonner. Terrific outside shooter, gets his first points of the game. And the Warriors again leading by 3. Down low to Landry, and traveling called against Landry. And Blair with a terrific defensive stop near the post.
Great job by Blair. He got abused on the post that time. He knew where the body contact was. This time what happened, Blair said on the second dribble, I'm going to move the chair from him. That means move a little way, give him space, cause the travel. Good defense by Blair.
Turnover is always a problem for the Warriors. They've committed 6 to just 2. And Ginobili's pass, and says, my bad, as he tried to get it inside. There's another turnover, the 3rd against the Spurs.
You know what Ginobili does? When he comes in, the crowd even gets louder.
Yes.
If you've seen the hardened type players in this game that can get to the basket, not necessarily a point guard, get other players involved and find their shot, that's Ginobili.
Curry hitting his 2nd field goal, 2 for 6 now. And under a minute remaining in the first quarter. Warriors taking the crowd out of the game, and they have battled. And there's a block made by Draymond Green on Ginobili. He recovers, now fires the 3. Manu Ginobili with a 3. Talk about the crowd getting to their feet here.
Manu said, okay, you can block one of them, but I'm going to give you this other one to let you know I can knock these down.
And the runner by Jared Jack, who had a season's high 30, against the Spurs back in February. And every time the Spurs inch closer, the Warriors get the basket up by 4.
And they're doing it through penetration. Right now, it's up to Golden State, the San Antonio Spurs guards to stop that penetration at the top of the key.
5-second differential, final seconds of this quarter, and Green tips it away on the pass intended inside for Bonner.
That's what I mean with Ginobili and Harden. When those guys have the ball, everybody even cuts harder because they know there's a better opportunity for them to get it.
4.4 seconds on the shot clock. Under 9 in the game clock. And here is Ginobili, and they'll call the blocking foul. And Jack getting up.
I tell you, this is why I hate the charge call. Why? Because 3 different refs called it 3 different ways. I saw it right here. One called a block, one didn't call anything, and one called a charge.
It's on Landry. Landry with his first foul. And here is Manu Ginobili. Ginobili will turn 36 in July. And making his first appearance is Corey Joseph, who was up and down in the D League until Tony Parker was hurt on March the 1st and made 9 starts with him out of there. And Parker going to the bench, having scored 2 points on 1 for 5 from the field. 1 out of 2 for Manu Ginobili. 3-point lead, final seconds, and the runner is missed by Jared Jack, and that will do it. But the Golden State Warriors have to feel very good about their first quarter showing. All right, underway in the second quarter, and none of the Spurs starters are in the game right now, although Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson, the starting backcourt, are in the lineup for Golden State. Here is Ginobili going backdoor. Can't put it in, and the layup by Dewan Blair cuts the lead to 1. The Spurs led once at 3-2. Warriors were up by as many as 8.
More of Ginobili. I don't care that you have Neal on the floor. I don't care you have Joseph on the floor. In my mind, Ginobili is the ball handler and point guard as Landry gets to travel, trying to step back for a jump shot.
Landry is in there along with Draymond Green and Jared Jack. And the 2 starting guards. Now Barnes getting off the bench. He'll come back in. Joseph along with Neal, Bonner, and Ginobili. Thompson doesn't go for the fake. Remember, he's playing with 2 personal fouls and the ball away. Blair tried to keep it alive, and Jack comes down with it.
Good job by the guard. Jack coming in to help with the rebounding. Everybody else is going to be banging and tied up. The little fellas have to come in there and get the long ones.
Here's Curry. Good feed into Landry. Good play by Landry on the delay of the layup against Bonner's presence.
That one-hand pass by Curry, that little left scoop, doop, drop, whatever he does, is just so beautiful and so hard for the defenders, or for the other defenders to even see that he's passing.
And here's Ginobili, who rolls off the rim. Landry, by the way, has 6 off the bench. 3-point lead, and they get the ball back. And here is Jared Jack penetrating and getting the basket, beating Neal to the hoop. And it's a 5-point game.
Bonner had to help that time. Golden State has all shooters out, so when you drive, there's no shot blockers. Tim Duncan's on the bench right now, so that hole in the angle is looking so open.
Ginobili comes up empty on the 3, and the Warriors save it. One thing is obvious, the Spurs are getting just 1 shot at the basket. And second shot.
You're right, and they're not getting great shots. I mean, right now, Golden State is playing their game, and they're playing good defense.
Jack trying to penetrate again against Neal, and there's a turnover. Thompson defending against Ginobili, and Neal puts it in. 2-on-1 transition points, and Greg Popovich said that's where the Spurs need to get a lot of their offense. So it's down to 3 once again, and Thompson with a quick hoop, and Thompson now with 9 on 4 for 6 shooting. And a whistle and a timeout called by the Spurs.
I That's a good quarter. That's a good quarter of basketball. Think about the little things. We don't give up three-pointers. We don't give up 3 points. We take care of the basketball. Those little things. This is encouraging what's going on. I don't know if you know it. This is awfully encouraging. Just imagine if we take care of what we got to take care of. All right, be disciplined, play at our pace.
Mark Jackson and the Warriors like to bottle that first quarter on the road like this as Corey Joseph hits the jumper out of the timeout, and the Warriors lead is 3 with 3 minutes gone by in the second.
Think about all Mark Jackson has done was talking to him before the game and asked him, why is this team so good? He said the day after the draft, you see Thompson right there, brick that one, but the day after the draft, the whole team was in the gym and these guys were working out. He said, I had to change the culture to make these guys believe, one, that they could play defense, two, make them believe in themselves, personal commitment. Then he said, I need the team commitment for them to rotate and do other things. And lastly, if you believe in me, you'll know I'll get it done.
This is how the team was built. And as you see, takes intelligence all the way around by a smart general manager. David Aldridge with more.
Well, Dick, remember, sometimes it's the trades you don't make that are the most important. And Larry Riley, who was the team's general manager in 2009 when they drafted Stephen Curry and kept Stephen Curry, even though our TNT colleague Steve Kerr wanted desperately to get Steph Curry to the Suns at the time, but Riley held on to him. They then drafted Klay Thompson and were able to start their way towards building this team, and the team that's now in the second round. It's often the trades you don't make that are most important sometimes.
Those are the ones that are not printed in the summaries, and Kawhi Leonard committing a foul, and then Barnes with the field goal, and the Warriors have tripled the Spurs points in the paint, and that is a surprise.
Great pass right there by Bogut, but you're so right when you look at this team and the point guards that they had and how everyone was upset that they had let certain players go. It is the trade that you do not make with Curry. You can start your team not only with some high character guys, but now you can build from outside in, having such a great shooter and being able to add extra parts.
And a tie-up will have a jump ball as Gary Neal will come into the game, and Matt Bonner will go out. Bonner hit his only shot of the game. So it's Joseph, Green, Leonard, Neal, and Tim Duncan back in. Duncan played 10 of the 12 minutes in the first quarter, had 6 points and 3 rebounds. Tip controlled by the Warriors. Golden State Warriors have lost their last 5 attempts to get beyond the second round. Here's Jack with a spinner in the lane. And Barnes crashing the boards, keeps it alive nicely. Here is Jack. And the rebound, Leonard. Warriors by 5. Every time the Spurs have come close, the Warriors have had an answer. And the runner missed by Leonard there. Pass it to the corner, and Klay Thompson misses a 3. Right now, the Warriors look like they're the experienced team.
Well, and San Antonio is very lucky that the Warriors are missing open jump shots. This game could be wide open if they were to connect.
And Neal misses, and Leonard follows. So right now, the Spurs at 41% shooting, the Warriors at 55. Leonard's first points of the game. 4-point game, and here is Curry who hits. Curry, who's gotten off to a slow start, now 3 for 7 and 7 points, has turned it over 4 times in this first half. Joseph to a cutting Neal. Duncan with the offensive rebound, going up against Bogut, who's checked in, and Bogut stands his ground. And again, the Warriors with a 6-point lead now. Their biggest margin has been 8, and we'll have a Spurs foul against Joseph.
Bogut's so strong inside, so calm, able to keep his presence, not foul, keep his hands up, able to rebound on his feet, able to box out and get above the rim and rebound. You need to be able to do that all different type of ways, especially against this San Antonio team.
Curry finally sees it go, and they wave it off. They're going to call offensive interference, goaltending, offensive goaltending.
Yeah, I don't know about this one right here. The interference was guys pushing, and someone grabbed the net to kind of grab their balance, as you see right there.
Bogut.
That's a tough call.
Andrew Bogut. 6-point lead. Here is Leonard. Defended by Barnes. And the foul will be called here against Jarrett Jacks of the Warriors.
Another look at the interference as you see Steph go down the lane right there. Tony Parker doing his best box out that he can. A guy 100 pounds more than him. You see that he just touches that net right there. Offensive basketball.
Here is Tony Parker working his way around and travels. Traveling is called by Mike Callahan. No basket. And no argument from Greg Popovich. Curry defended now by Parker, and Bogut setting a big screen, knocking Parker down, but Curry hitting a three, his first of the game. And the biggest lead right now for the Warriors is 9, 42-33. 6 minutes going by in the second.
The only thing people will see is that three-point shot made, but they played 24 seconds of defense on that other end. Golden State Warriors concentrating on defense to get open threes.
And here's Duncan, and he'll go to the line to shoot two. But why the Spurs are really having trouble hanging on to the ball and handling the ball tonight?
Well, I mean, it's the NBA. These guys in the blue jerseys get paid too. I know we all expect that the Spurs will just come in and run these guys over, but one, they're good. They believe and they execute. And the Spurs right now are being played defense like they are usually the ones used to playing the way.
Harrison Barnes with the foul. Warriors and Spurs fans get their news first with the Team Stream app. Download Bleacher Report's Team Stream from the App Store or Google Play and stay in the know. Manu Ginobili checks in and Neal goes out of the game. Neal has scored 8 points on 3 for 5 shooting, including a pair of threes. So the big three in there as Duncan, who's really improved his free throw shooting dramatically from last year, 82% this season. And it's a 7-point game, so the big three, Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker in there. Here's Barnes, crossover, knocked away by Bogut. Spurs lead just once tonight at 3-2 in the opening minutes. Otherwise, it's been all Golden State. Green is back in there along with Ginobili. Beautiful feed, Ginobili, but Green cannot convert the layup. Curry against Leonard. Good pass down low. Good ball movement here. Klay Thompson misses his 3 attempt. Ginobili, quick 3.
What do you know? Bogut right there rebounding again. You can't say enough of how he's controlled the paint just with his presence, especially on the back cuts by the Spurs offensive players. 10
rebounds for Bogut, C-Web. What a no-look pass from Curry to Thompson. His backcourt made. Thompson now with 11.
That's that scoop pass that I'm talking about. That one-hand pass by Curry is not only one of the most prettiest passes in the game, but so efficient because he can do it off of a high dribble.
Now it's a 9-point lead again, and Tony Parker slices in. Parker with 4 points in the game as we wind down to 4 minutes to go in the half. Golden State leads by 7. Talked about Bogut. How about 21 rebounds in the deciding game of the Denver series?
Heard Mark Jackson say when he's healthy and has his motor going, that's what we needed. As you see Parker knocks that down, but Bogut did that in game 6, and that's what you want to see. Your best players come out and play as well as they can in the closeout game.
Considering all the ankle injuries he's had and the injuries in previous years, he's made a remarkable comeback this year. Meanwhile, 5-point game. Parker is in his last 2 and knocked away by Green. 4 on the shot clock for Thompson, and he banks it in. So a big first half for Klay Thompson, who has 13 points on 5 for 10 from the field.
Golden State penetrating at will right there. Thompson, a great three-point shooter. You saw Ginobili had to hug him and run him off the three-point line. He takes advantage and drives to the hole.
So Parker, foul going in, and it looks like lately Tony Parker has been the focal point of the Spurs defense. But on the other side,
this guy Thompson can shoot it from right there where he was, but guess what? He can penetrate as well. And you see Tim Duncan coming over there, and you still had the big fella Bogut inside. Look for them next time on that penetration to wait for Tim Duncan to come over and then try to dump it off to a wide open Bogut waiting for a layup.
Bogut's foul, Parker makes it.
And Boris Diaw for Danny Green and Kawhi Leonard.
Parker has the last 6 Spurs points, trailing by 5. How about the East when the visiting teams have won game 1? Pacers and the Bulls. Here is Curry. And there's the pass ahead to Diaw, who's just checked in. And the foul is called, and if it's on Thompson, that'll be his 3rd foul, and it is. 3 on Klay Thompson. Tim Duncan, along with Tony Parker and Gary Neal, lead with 8 points for a 39.5 shooting Spurs. Meanwhile, the Warriors at 54%. Thompson and Curry have combined for 23 of their 46 points, half of their total.
Who would have thought you saw a Warriors team outscore the Spurs in the paint 22-8? Why? Not only because of the penetration, but the great passing of Bogut. So they're not just relying on threes, they're relying on the defense and their interior passing as well.
And a rebound edge at 7, again having trouble handling the ball, and Neal loses the ball, but it's off of Barnes into the hands of Ginobili, and now Parker controls. 2:45 remaining in the half, 15 on the shot clock. Here's Parker, and Parker is fouled. And that will put the Warriors in the penalty, and Tony Parker will go to shoot second on Bogut. So it's been the Warriors who have outshot the Spurs. You just talked about, see, we have the points in the paint. Spurs have the edge in the bench, but look at the rebounds. Mark Jackson has to like what he's seen.
Yeah, and Golden State really hasn't gone to their bench. And everybody watching the game, the Warriors are playing great defense. This is not just them going out shooting threes. Actually, if Curry and Thompson made a few threes, the game would be much different than the number right now. Mark Jackson said before the game that you are your habits, and he's taught them the habits of getting in front of defenders, running guys off of the three-point line, communicating and trust. And that's what Golden State has come out in the beginning, playing and trusting each other on defense.
You know, they don't get the credit. You know, this year, the Warriors actually had better field goal defense than the Spurs did. They were 4th in the league. The Spurs were 8.
And that's what we learned about the playoffs. You can't keep playing somebody on their reputation. You got to play them on what have they done lately. And lately, Golden State has been playing wonderful defense.
Bogut shuffles it in to Curry, back to Bogut, who converts. So Andrew Bogut, 3 for 4 from the field, but the 10 rebounds loomed large for him. And now a huge edge, 24-8 in the paint for Golden State, up by 5. Here's Parker, has Bogut in front of him. Ginobili for 3. Parker keeps it alive with under 2 minutes to play in the half. Against Draymond Green, Parker feeding Duncan, and the reach-in foul will send Tim Duncan to the line.
Stephen Curry right here. You see him coming off the Reggie Miller curls, the Peja Stojakovic curls, anybody that can shoot, Ray Allen curls. You just have to keep moving without the ball, and then when you do get the ball, don't force the shot. Find the open cutter because the defense has their eyes all trained on you. Somebody's wide open coming through that lane.
Well, Duncan hits the first, and right now time for the upcoming schedule presented by Dish Network. Game 2 will be Wednesday here at the AT&T Center before the series shifts Friday and Sunday to Golden State. And all the networks are going to get their hands in it. We have this game and the next game, and then ESPN and ABC. Why not? Golden State has become the darlings, perhaps. Although maybe the Chicago Bulls are edging in a little now, partner. Jarrett Jack to Bogut. And Bogut fouled. And Bogut will go to the line for the first time tonight. It'll be on Boris Diaw, who has not played since April the 6th. Diaw missed the entire Lakers series.
Andrew Bogut, such a great cutter. If anyone's been watching the playoff and you saw a guy by the name of Omar Sheikh from Houston, had such a great series because he would pick, roll, and finish strong. Well, this guy Bogut can pick, roll, finish strong, have his own post-up play, and if you get him the ball, you can facilitate the offense through him. Had a horrific elbow injury 2 years ago, just now getting healthy, and you see stints of his greatness when he gets that stride going.
Bogut converts one, and the lead is 4 when you consider 55% shooting for Golden State, 39%, and yet it is only a 4-point game. Here is Parker going out to Ginobili, fakes Barnes, goes in, stops the throw. And this is the loudest we've heard the crowd tonight. It's a 2-point game. And the foul is called against Diaw, his second, but they love Ginobili, and they called the intentional foul, and Bogut will go to the line.
I tell you what, I hope that I'm going to get to do this during the break so I can steal my man's Charles Barkley trademark scream of this guy. But whenever he is in the game, and him being Ginobili means you have another point guard on the floor, another facilitator, another coach, another post player. Came in, his first play was a pump fake on the 3. He gets 2 free throws without even shooting the shot. Next play is an assist. Ginobili's the type of player you want on your team.
Matt Bonner has come in for Diaw. And out of bounds. Last touch by Green. So a 3-point game. 107. You talk about Ginobili. NBA title, Olympic gold, EuroLeague champion. The only other player ever achieved that was Bill Bradley. And Ginobili can't run for senator. He's from Argentina, so he won't be able to get that honor. Here is Manu again. Tipped by Green out of bounds, and its last touch off the hands of Bonner. And the Warriors get it back, leading up by 3.
When Ginobili comes in the middle on that curl, 2 guys need to go to him, but everyone else in the corner needs to make sure that they have a hand up in the shooter's face, as you see Bogut again today.
Now we saw Hack Ashik in Houston by Oklahoma City.
As I've said many times, I do not mind this. And for you kids at home, if your parents are telling you this is ugly basketball, I tell you to go get in the gym and learn to shoot a free throw, and this will not happen to you.
And I tell you, the name of the game is to win. Bogut, a 50% shooter from the line in the regular year, misses both. He is 2 for 6 in this game.
Every part of the game matters. You just can't pick and decide which one matters most. You have to be prepared for all aspects of the game.
And there's no rule about starting it early if you want. Here is Tony Parker with a chance to cut it to 1. And a 20-second timeout called by the Warriors. Fans, download the NBA Playoff Edition Game Time app for your iPhone or Android and stay connected to all the NBA playoff scores, stats, and highlights. Visit NBA.com/mobile for download information. Mark Jackson. We used to listen to Nick Games on the radio, and he said we used to listen to Earl Monroe, wanted to be a player like Monroe. He wanted to be a coach like Red Holtzman. He wanted to be a broadcaster like Marv Albert. He said, and I got to be all 3 of those things. So he's proud to be a coach, but it all started listening to Nick's games on the radio as a kid.
You know what? He's such a blessed man to have achieved all 3 of those goals. But I tell you, one way he's not unlike others is that many guys playing basketball dream of all 3. And it's fun watching him break ground and do all those things.
Doesn't quite sound like Marv, but we get the idea, don't we?
Yeah, we get the idea.
And here is Barnes hitting the 3. Barnes with a 3-point basket has 9. And Bogut taken out of the game, so Mark Jackson saw enough of the Bogut. 6-point lead. And they're going to call the foul on Jared Jack, and that'll be his second foul. And Duncan will go to the stripe again with 3.3 to try to cut the deficit to 4. Duncan so far tonight 4 for 4 from the line.
When you talk about free throws, it's funny, in talking around the NBA, you hear excuses, the guy's hand's small, or he's totally mentally out of it. Well, Tim Duncan, this is his best statistical free throw shooting year ever in the league, and that just shows me you can always get better and not just settle for the excuse of I'm a big guy and I can't shoot free throws.
Yeah, you can be 37 and get better, right?
You can be 37 and get better, baby.
Barnes went out of the game with his 9 points. Ezeli, who started tonight, his first start in the playoffs, final seconds here of the first half, and here is Draymond Green, and that'll do it. And the stat of the night presented by Corona Extra. Read all about it. San Antonio, first time the deficit in the playoffs, their largest deficit of 9 points, and the worst shooting defense of 55%. So unlike a Greg Popovich team, what's kept them in the game is 13 of 14 from the line. Golden State has missed 5 out of 10, so a +8 there. And Parker, Duncan, and Ginobili have scored the last 16 for the Spurs, make it 18 now as Duncan hits the jumper. And the big three accounting for 32 of the 51 points that they have, now down by 2.
And you see a big switch, or a switch for Popovich at halftime. He puts Bonner in for Boris Diaw, give you a little bit better shooting, a little more energy, trying to switch things up.
And here is Barnes, gives it out to Ezeli, and then the pushing foul. And let's check in for more with David Aldridge.
Well, guys, as they talked at the half also about the Warriors' ability to dribble penetrate. Steph Curry has 5 assists to go with his 10 points, but the Spurs can live with that. They can live with the Warriors shooting 2s rather than 3s. So that 4 of 11 on 3 is something they felt okay about. But too many defensive breakdowns, obviously, in the paint, and they feel like offensively they were not quite as patient as they were to go through all of their plays, all of their options. They hope to make those adjustments in the second half. Nick?
Duncan misses that jumper, and it's still a 2-point game. That last foul was on Bonner, his 3rd. With Bonner starting here, and a 3-point field goal by Curry, his 2nd of the game, and has 13 points. And it's the 3rd quarter. It's the 3rd 3-point shot of the game, and the 3rd quarter has been his quarter. That's when he really has come alive. So beware Stephen Curry in the 3rd quarter. Parker misses, and the rebound by Ezeli. So they get it down to 2 to the Spurs, and now it's a 5-point game, and Curry hits again, a 2-point field goal. And Curry going to work. He has 15 points on 6 for 12 shooting. And here is Leonard, who is wrapped up by Bogut, and Bogut committing his 3rd.
Here it is, a one-man offense. He's not that selfish, but he's selfish for his team. And when you can put the ball in the bucket like this, why not give a crossover to Tony Parker, one of the quickest players in the NBA? And right here, just this ball handling skills. You don't know what I'm going to do. You don't know what I'm going to do. Okay, now I'll hit you in the head. Just being able to shoot not only behind the 3-point line, 15-foot range, and then being able to drive to the hole. Just so many explosive ways for Curry to score.
Well, there are Curry's numbers in the first round, and the second half, especially the 3rd quarter. He had 35 in the last regular season meeting between the Warriors and the Spurs, who were 2-2 on the year, and 7 3-pointers. And Greg Popovich said he was actually fun to watch. And I don't think he's going to be fun to watch if he continues to hit those shots in the second half here. 1 out of 2 from the line, and the turnover. Parker. Defended by Thompson. Bonner hits a 3. So Bonner, who is 6 for 8, leading the NBA playoff 3-point shooting coming into this game, makes it a 3-point Golden State lead early on here in the 3rd, and a steal by Kawhi Leonard. And a timeout called by Golden State as the Spurs climb to within 1. Right now, let's take a look at the national TV big board and talk about couple of surprises and one shocker. This is in the West where OKC beat Memphis. Memphis Grizzlies letting a game get away from them. That's going to be a good one. And this is game number 1. And of course, as you know, in the East, the Indiana Pacers won against the Knicks on the road. And how about the Bulls tonight over the Heat? A stunner.
You have to love the NBA. I know it's our job to overreact right there. It's Curry's job is to knock down the 3. But you just saw how so many people thought series was over, all the way going back to the Clippers up 2-0 against Memphis.
Offensive foul, and it'll go over to the Warriors, and that foul will be against Duncan. That'll be his first. Stephen Curry, 4 for 6 from three-point range. Started the game 1 for 5. Has hit 6 of his last 8 for 18. Draymond Green, and Curry gave it to him on a silver platter, and again a 6-point lead for Golden State.
I wish I knew what to call that. The Curry scoop, the Curry flip, but he's done that 3 times already. And why is it so hard? Because he's quick, number 1, and 2, he's passing off of a live dribble. You don't know if he's going to cross you back over or just flip it to an open man.
Spurs had a 6-0 run, and now the Warriors have run off 5 points in a row. Here is Tony Parker with a great baseline move against Green. Has 12 now for Parker. And it's a 3-point game. The shooting 58% for the Warriors, 42% for the Spurs. Tight game. And here is Draymond Green hitting a 3. And a 7-point Golden State lead, trying to end a string of 29 consecutive losses here in San Antonio.
Draymond Green is going up against Bonner as he gets the foul right there, but Bonner is spreading the floor on the offensive end. Draymond Green said, well, I have the opportunity to knock this 3 down. I've already hit 1 in the first half today. And Bonner, if you go and help on Curry, I know all of you guys are looking for Curry. It's either me, Thompson, or Barnes going to hit a 3. Such a tough decision to figure out, who do I stunt to, who do I go all the way to, who do I make shoot on this team full of shooters.
A lot of decisions have to be made in a split second. Here is Kawhi Leonard. 7 points for Leonard. Meanwhile, Bogut, Thompson, and Green all with 3 fouls for the Warriors. And Matt Bonner, the only Spur, with 3. And here is Curry, steps back for another 3-point attempt. And good position for the rebound by Duncan.
Both teams love to get in transition, out in transition after a make or a turnover. Both teams have to get back quickly on D.
Against Bogut, here is Duncan. And it will drop for him. And Duncan with 16, so the big 3. Duncan 16, Parker 12, Ginobili has 8. And it's down to a 3-point margin once again. Klay Thompson working against Parker. 7 on the shot clock. Parker challenging Thompson out in the perimeter, and he beats him with a mid-range jumper. 15 now for Klay Thompson. Very heady player, teaming with Curry in the backcourt.
Tough jump shot by Thompson there. You wonder, being that Tony Parker is about 5 inches shorter than him, if he's going to go into the post, turn around and just shoot over him instead of working so hard at the top of the key, dribbling, trying to get an open shot.
And here's Leonard. So the Warriors with the ball in a 5-point lead. And shooting lights out all game. They're 58% right now. And here is Klay Thompson from the other side. And look how elated the Golden State bench is.
Just look at the production of this backcourt.
35 of the 70 points, half of their total have come from those 2. And Curry, who started the game 1 for 5, has been 6 of 9 since then. 18 points, 4 3-pointers, and the 8 assists. You showed some of the nifty plays he's made. Danny Green is back in and produces quickly with a 3, his second 3 of the game, and now it's a 4-point game. How about the shooting in the third quarter, C-Web? Golden State 78%, the Spurs 70%.
You have to love it, and the play that Coach Popovich called after the TO.
Bogut from Draymond Green.
And interior passing. San Antonio is so good at trapping the ball, overplaying lanes. You have to have guys cutting at the same time the trap is occurring. Golden State has guys moving.
And here's Green again. Danny Green is feeling it. Has hit 2 threes in a row. 3 in the game, and talk about the magic number 3. That's what the differential is with Golden State up over the Spurs. And driving in, and the layup by Barnes, who is in double figures now with 11.
This is where we're going to have the test of wills. Right now, whoever Tony Parker is checking, Mark Jackson is sending over there. That's why you had the Barnes dunk last time, and it brings the help defense over. So if Parker doesn't hurt you on that end, once again on this end, they go at the mismatch every time that's being directed by Coach Jackson.
So Parker is right now defending Barnes. Good ball movement. Klay Thompson short with the 3. Great hustle. And keeping it alive is Thompson, and he lays it in. What great anticipation by Klay Thompson. And it's a 7-point game. Thompson now with 19.
2 coaches playing chess right now. Greg Popovich sticking with keeping Parker on there. Mark Jackson saying, wait a minute, we're going to keep moving around. We're going to get the ball to other guys. As you see Green right there, just looking for that 4th 3.
Bonner taps it out for another possession. And a steal by Klay Thompson. And taken back and stepping out of bounds. Klay Thompson doing it all here in the last couple of minutes for the Warriors.
He's right. He's doing it all. Matter of fact, include a miss in that. But what happens after he misses? He continues to do it all by rebounding and even trying to do everything by going up over Tim Duncan, which is no easy task.
Gary Neal will come into the game, and Bonner will go out. Bonner having scored 5. So Neal is checked in there. So it's Ginobili, Neal, Parker, along with Danny Green and Tim Duncan. Curry shooting over Duncan. And Green taps it over to Neal. 7-point Golden State lead. Nearly 4 minutes to go in the 3rd. And Duncan fighting for the offensive rebound. Here's Parker to Duncan, and he's fouled. Relentless persistence by 2 of the great stars who have world's championship rings galore. And for Klay Thompson, that is his 4th personal foul with 4:10 remaining in the 3rd.
A great job by Popovich. He takes out Bonner. That evens up the height and the size differential. So now Curry has to match up with Parker. It's no mismatch on Parker. What does that do? That allows everyone to get in their natural positions, attack the basket, and have a rebounding edge inside with Tim Duncan.
Duncan misses the first. Let's pick up Mark Jackson right here.
They got 7 transition points already. Come on, don't give up life. And sticking to the game plan. I don't need no rope-a-dope. Stick to the game plan.
Well, whatever the game plan is, it's worked for Golden State. Lead is 6 as Duncan made 1 out of 2. Festus Ezeli has come in for Bogut with 4 minutes remaining here in the 3rd, and an offensive foul called against the Warriors. And it's going to be a personal against Green, his 3rd. Draymond Green now with 3. You can just sense the Spurs with all of that experience hanging in there, even though they're being outshot, out-rebounded, and outscored in the paint. Here's Duncan.
Well, for their luck, as you see Duncan misses, hopefully they can stay. But we've learned in this NBA this year, you can't win on reputation and what you used to do. So I don't know what they can do. I know right now they're not playing as well as Golden State Warriors.
And it's Curry after the ball bounced off of Ezeli's hand. Curry now with 20 points, 10 here in the 3rd. Under 3.5 to play in the 3rd quarter. Warriors have had an answer every time the Spurs have made big inroads. Here is Green. And Green misses out of bounds. Last touch by the Warriors. And Ezeli couldn't keep it in play.
If anything, San Antonio can rely on is that they do everything the same all the time, whether they're up or whether they're down. So you can't tell by their body language or by emotions if they're playing well or if they're winning. So you just hope that they will stay consistent and be that team they always are.
Parker determined, blocked by Ezeli out of bounds. With 18 seconds on the shot clock.
As you see him drive, it's so funny as you hear people around the league, this team is going to win, this team. Well, guys in the league don't have the same respect of persons that a lot of the media and other people do. A lot of these guys say, wait a minute, other teams have had their turn. Why not us now?
Jared Jack replaces Klay Thompson, who goes out with 19 points and 4 personal fouls. 8 on the clock against Ezeli. The double team. Duncan beats him to the basket. Duncan now with 19 points. 6-point lead under 3 minutes to go, third quarter. This is game 1, best of 7, where the Spurs have not lost to the Warriors in 29 consecutive games. And there is a 3 put up by Curry. Didn't even have control of the ball. Picked it up and threw it in.
Okay, this is a basketball drill where you mess up and you deliberately mess up the handle, roll it over to the left, pick it up and shoot it. Yeah, Stephen Curry just did that.
And it's a 2-point and not a 3 for Curry, but he'll take it as Ginobili travels. And 22 points for Curry.
Look at this replay. Watch it go on the right hand. Look at him roll it over. Okay, I'll pick it up. Quick release. Follow through, recognize where the rim is, all off field, and you kids can do it too if you put enough jumpers up and you practice. Practice makes perfect.
He is a gifted shooter.
Oh, man. He worked hard. He practiced a lot. He wasn't born with that one.
7, 8-point lead, and now it's 11. Curry again. And, you know, Curry can do that in a hurry. Scored 22 of his 31 points in a 6.5-minute span in Game 4. He has 15 in this quarter. And Golden State has its biggest lead of the game, 11 points, 83-72. This crowd is stunned. They didn't expect this with under 2 minutes to play in the third. And this time Curry comes up short, fight for the loose ball, and it's going to go over to the Warriors, unless a timeout was called. The Spurs have challenged Golden State coming close. They've led once by 1 point and 3-2 early on, but now at the biggest lead for the Warriors, 11 points. Duncan with 19, and Curry has been the star of the quarter, 15 of his 25.
And that's why if you're a team, you heard Coach Popovich say at halftime that it's okay. They gave up the twos. They didn't want to give up threes, but guess what? They gave up threes to Curry. And you know that Pop is not only one of the best coaches in this league, but the best at making adjustments. Let's see what type of adjustment he makes to keep the ball out of Curry's hand.
And you know, Curry has had open threes. No one has been near him, it seems, on many of those shots.
Yeah, that's because no one can check him one-on-one. And he can get space at any time off the dribble.
Well, now they got Corey Joseph challenging Curry. What does he do? He drives in and gets the layup. Pick your poison with Stephen Curry, who now has 27 points. And a 13-point Warrior lead. Curry has scored the last 9 Warrior points. And nearly a minute and a half to go in the third.
This is a practice tape for all scorers out there. How to score and how not to put your team off. How to keep everybody involved. How to make sure you still get assists. Stay aggressive right there as you see the ball out on Tim Duncan. But Curry not settling for a three-pointer, going back in. That's no time, possession, what other players need to get the ball. This is just a great job because you just tend to think that all scorers can do is put it up every time with disregard for everyone else involved in the game. And this scorer thinks about everyone, keeps everybody involved while getting his points.
An unselfish scoring star, really.
Yes.
Duncan goes out, 19 points, replaced by Diaw. This crowd is silent, and the bank shot, and there he is again. Curry does it again now, 29 points on 12 of 21 from the field. 15-point lead for Golden State with a minute to go in the third quarter. But we've had some shockers in the first game of the second round of the playoffs. Pacers beating the Knicks, but how about tonight? The Bulls knocking off the Heat. And now the Spurs with their 4 championships trailing by 15. And here is Curry hitting another 3. Look at that Golden State bench. They can't believe it, and they've seen it. He's hit his scored the last 14 for the Warriors. And has 32 points. 22 coming here in the third.
For all you geniuses that didn't vote him an all-star, he doesn't care. Take that.
Boy, the third quarter has been Stephen Curry's period. And he has responded, and with 35 seconds left in the third, 90-72.
The second half of the season has been Curry's time. I mean, he averaged 22.9 during the season. Then he says, okay, I'll average 25 during the playoffs just to show you I can improve.
What do you think is going through Popovich's mind now?
That's the million-dollar question.
Ginobili, foul, and an and one for Manu Ginobili, who has 10 points. 41 points coming from the big three of Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili. Green with his fourth foul. Draymond Green now with 4. Parker remains on the bench. Klay Thompson also on the bench for the Warriors. He has 4 fouls. 51 points combined from the starting backcourt for the Warriors. And how about the Spurs bench? Only thing keeping them alive at this point. Jack into the corner, Draymond Green. But there's Barnes. Harrison Barnes.
All hustle.
92-75, final seconds. And 3 by Green. And on the line, on the pass, inbounds, will turn it over to the Spurs with 3.8 on the clock.
Wow, way to try to be sneaky right there, Curry. I see what you were doing. He tried to give the ball to his big fella so he could hit the court on a dead sprint, and if he does that, he can get to that other three-point line in about 3 seconds, cross the line as he was coming over.
So 4 seconds on the clock, and Danny Green will inbound. And now 4 seconds remaining. And a foul. No time off on the clock. And Jack with his third. Jarrett Jack picks up his third. And Gary Neal will shoot. Very costly here for the Warriors.
Yeah, it is. You don't want to get wrapped up with the player right there. As you see, Jarrett Jack does have him. And Gary Neal made sure that he held him and let the ref see that. But right now, against these players, against a team that's so well coached, you want to make sure that you don't give any momentum. Don't let the crowd in. Don't give up any hustle plays. Play as smart as you can so that at the end of these quarters, they can't come back in re-energized.
Point lead. Final seconds. Here's Jack. Fires it up. 39 points for the Warriors.
Obviously, Curry was enormously hot in that third quarter. How do you keep your guys from getting discouraged? He's just making a lot of incredibly tough shots right now.
Well, he's playing a great game, but, you know, we hadn't had anybody to stop him yet. So we got to keep our heads up and keep playing.
Thanks, Pop.
No second question. I'm hurt.
When was the last time you saw Greg Popovich with a smile on his face with his team trailing like this? I never have. Have you, C-Web?
Great job, David Aldridge, by getting Pop to smile.
Not smiling right now as we start the fourth. Curry, 9 of 12 from the field in the third, including 4 3-pointers. Golden State went on a 12-0 run. They led by as many as 18, and then the Spurs came back, scoring 8 of the last 10 points. Here's Barnes against Ginobili. So it's Barnes, Jack, Curry, and it's Jack off the rim. Landry has come in the game. Carl Landry, and he's in with Draymond Green. Now it's Ginobili. Diaw. Danny Green, Neal, and Joseph.
If you're Golden State, you need to make a run while Tim Duncan is on the bench and there's no rebounding. As you see, Ginobili goes to the hole because there's no shot blockers. But right now is a chance for you to get back in the game or even increase the lead because there is no shot blocker on the other end for San Antonio Spurs.
You know, they made up 8 points, the Spurs, in a short period of time. And it was last touched by Ginobili. So we have less than a minute going by. Duncan leading the team with 19 with 5 double-figure scores. And yet it's 10 points. Klay Thompson, who has 4 fouls, and 19 points checking in for Draymond Green.
Yeah, but if you're Golden State, 10 points is a lot of points, and you have a lifetime left. So if Tim Duncan is on the bench, regardless of how well they're playing, you want to try to increase the lead while one of the best players in the world is on the bench. They have no shot blocking inside.
Curry scoops it up and in. So Curry picking up where he left off in the third, now with 34 points. And it's back up to 12.
Curry not bailing out with the three-pointer. And once again, no shot blocking, attack the rim.
Here's Joseph. Neal, good defense by Jack on Neal, who misses the three. Diaw trying to keep it alive. Joseph has the unenviable assignment now of shadowing Stephen Curry. And driving in is Jack, and Jarrett Jack will go to the line, shooting 2.
I'm getting excited about the little things here, but I know so many hoopers are enjoying this with me. Whenever you get a lead and you're the underdog team, can you get to the free throw line, stop the clock, and increase the possessions for you? Jarrett Jack, Curry are being so smart, not just allowing and bailing out on jump shots, but attacking the hole.
Well, he'll push him, you pick him. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and TNT are looking for America's next hero in an epic new competition series. The Hero Series premieres Thursday, June 6th at 8, 7 Central on TNT. 2 free throws by Jarrett Jack. And it's a 14-point game again. And a Golden State foul. And that will be against Harrison Barnes. Each team has 1 team foul. Less than 2 minutes gone by here in the fourth. Can the Warriors end a 29-game losing streak here in San Antonio against the Spurs? Ginobili. Long rebound after missing the 3.
Ginobili being asked to score and facilitate on this team right now while you have Tony Parker on the bench.
No basket. And offensive foul is called on Barnes as Curry came around the screen. And that will be 3 on Barnes.
Right here you see Curry coming across. Barnes does lean in a little bit. It's so important for you to try to make the most of each possession before that 8-minute mark when you know the starters are coming back in.
And Ginobili, with his back turned to the basket, was wondering where the foul call was. So again, Curry defended by Joseph. And now coming out is Diaw, but a good pass inside, and Landry gets fouled and will go to the line. And the Spurs have not found an answer for staying with Curry or preventing those great passes to people inside getting layups or foul.
I mean, I love it. To be able to play with the shooter, all you have to do is screen and then cut as fast as you can, and he's going to find you. You won't waste your energy every time trying to screen and get open. Has to be so much fun playing with Curry, who is finding players with the right-hand scoop, left-hand scoop, right-hand no-look, left-hand no-look. Doing all he can to make other players get easy shots in this game.
Carl Landry, playoff veteran, twice with Houston. And now with Golden State. Well, it's time for Fresh Off the Wire, presented by KFC. Fresh Off the Wire, road win by Indiana in the East at the Knicks. Oklahoma City holding serve by beating Memphis by a couple. And of course tonight, as you know, the Chicago Bulls stunned the Miami Heat in Miami in game 1 of that series. And Golden State trying to shock the Spurs. No free throws there. It remains 14-point lead. 4 free throw shooting night for the Warriors. Kawhi Leonard. The double came over and Leonard went in anyway. Misses the layup. 3 minutes have gone by here in the fourth quarter. Dick Stockton along with C-Webb, Chris Webber, and David Aldridge. Game 1 in San Antonio. Landry open, hits. Carl Landry with the shot. And it's a 16-point game, just 2 off of the Warriors' biggest lead, C-Webb.
The Warriors are executing on offense. They know that San Antonio loves to trap and over-deny, and they have had counters for it all game.
And Neal, 3-point attempt misses, but Duncan taps it out to Leonard. Here is Green. And he comes up empty, and so taking perimeter shots, the Spurs are missing. They're shooting 39% from the field, and good defense inside against Klay Thompson.
That's a great quarter offensively. But guess what? That ain't who we are. They got 31 points that quarter. So imagine if we match the offense with our defense. We shocking some folks. All right? Keep your foot on the gas pedal.
They are shocking some folks, E-Web.
They definitely are, but they aren't shocking themselves. Talking to Coach Jackson before the game, he told me this is what he wanted to do, and when he came in and started creating his habits with his teams, that he wanted them to believe that when you create good habits, you create who you are. They've been playing defense all year, and this is who they are now.
Here is Duncan, and Duncan missing the shot. Loose ball. Parker comes out with it. The Spurs are 1 for 8